make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And, the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, which they still had like a Jewish quarter, a kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call in Boca Raton a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, on another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's a kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Lisbon was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She is allowed to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always a worry that she would not come back. And that is, in fact, what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Moranos, for conversos who wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life, her younger sister, Vianda, and Vianda, who would later marry Diogo, will eventually have a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact, this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story, because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active, and she most likely lives in Ferrara, where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism. And eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, or Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands, and were laughing out loud in print and in all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo, and there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind the scenes negotiations over the will, the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nasi, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she would be a much better a steward of that wealth than his wife, as we shall see, for good reason. So when she was in Ferrara, she was up until this point, they'd been extremely generous in fundraising and in producing resources for Jews who were fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular, from various persecutions and depredations at the hand of the church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her money a little differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Uske, a famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and a philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish, into Ladino. And there's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible, the title page of the Bible. Anyone have any thoughts why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit, really, of the age, with Luther publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in, schooled in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about, like, the experience of the Jews as a whole? Imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, you know, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing. You know, I like the wind over here in the corner, and it's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself. Okay, well, let's go on. I find that fascinating. We'll talk about it more another time. Now, at this point, family conflict. So let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up until this point, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the schlepping around and the secret converso culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian, and all this, you know, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Are you actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul, of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all of the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger sister, Brianda, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister, truthfully, her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed, and so on. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life, as you can imagine. This human conflict had reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear that there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianna's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She plied her, Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back a formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which was a rather amazing feat. It just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Ditrani, for example, and you have none other than Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendes. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things for the Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond what we're going to discuss here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well, who would the younger child marry? Who would Beatrice La Chica end up marrying? One of the, and at this point, I've kind of omitted discussion of the role of kings here, but there's tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the House of Nasi. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off La Chica to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasi family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when he was finally forced to answer up front what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nasi said intemperately, I'd rather see my niece drowned than married to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul. And at this point, Gracia Nasi had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly, actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There was an Italian city with a port called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new pope, Paul IV. And there was a very large converso community. And these are, again, remember, what are we talking about here? We would have in Ancona, we had the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who had lived there since time immemorial, who were not forced to convert to Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. They could not, declare themselves open to be Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you have these three distinct populations in Ancona, as we did in many centers where Jews settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of contact with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also, rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade, and refusing to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. There's not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were living very, distinct communities, even though they had quite a bit of relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. And so despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together the Judaism Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberia, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Sfat nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says in Hebrew, Gracia Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we can get a sense of how how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nasi, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of an indomitable will in which she's confronted with these very difficult challenges, the challenges of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And throughout it all, she maintains a very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allows her burning love for Judaism to remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she is outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew does she ultimately reveal her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the land of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. Well, thank you very much for your attention and your endurance tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come back to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish and Portuguese experience. Thank you.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. You may notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving things around on this campus, and I'm in a different office altogether. I'm not entirely sure how much I like it. I got a window and things like that. Strange light switch behind me, but you'll deal with it. So today's topic is going to be what I'd like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify three specific aspects of Jewish history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight to them. Those three features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of things. First of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward. And so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately because we're living in the same kind of period now with the influence of the internet. You wouldn't be watching this if you were not for the fact of the disruptive technology that the internet represents. And what does that mean for our society? It's changing dramatically even as we sit. Well, it just changed. Wow, it's so strange. I don't know why I enjoy talking to myself about this, but let's keep going. Okay, and third, more traditionally, the influence of the phenomenal Sfat circle or Safed circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself just released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that period. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? Two major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and then later Portuguese expulsions that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the way Jews thought of themselves and their world. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazic Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th century. If you look at this map here, this is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than general populations. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why did this horrible plague come upon us. Unfortunately, Jews constitute a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quick because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back in the day. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. The Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers. And then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, we just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home. So, what can they do? The Jews pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says, "We've just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. We will have less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians leave the line and go home." So what can they do? All these other often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as high status, they have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, there's only pure Soviet citizens there, really devoted, followers of Stalin and everything, standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, "We've just learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." I hope you enjoyed it. Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews. That often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews in the medieval economy, you'll get some sense of it. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the red line, which I've added to the map here, shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed the Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the societies and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to do is think about, in the 15th century, how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation. Much like we in the later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe, the Jews of the 15th century were reeling, trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and hateful end with the expulsions at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading to the west, not to the east. It's not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, and eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being more liberal climates where Jews could practice their faith with less fear of molestation. So that's one really important about the demographics, is that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget, of course, there were crypto Jews, Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes called Marranos, which is inherently a derogatory term. And their history is also fascinating, but not necessarily for our topic today. So the second major element of the shift of demographic is what you can see there in the blue line on the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Baltics. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews, if they moved towards the east, to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. I'm not sure which one it is. They were like middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographics means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them with great rarity. This, kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and it would generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. And it's getting off topic. The Jews seized on this technology fairly early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page, or the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated in multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated. And they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text, and later they would, of course, abandon it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Homburg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete, and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now, what does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. It becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it, and or at least large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people, all of a sudden it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the present day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century that I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfas. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, And they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industries and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating in it. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Sfat.
What up, pimps? How you living? Hey, I got your message. Thank you so much for finding me. How you doing? Absolutely, I'm here. Absolutely, thank you so much for sending me a message. I saw it, and I was like, hey, people want to talk. Absolutely. How are you guys? Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing this now live on YouTube for more than 3 years. It's more data than any person has on the internet ever. It's a huge deal. It's basically a time capsule. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talked about some things on the stream that aren't really discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talked about things like dark matter, dark energy, life extension technology. To everybody in here, when you were born, you're probably going to live to be about 80, but I think we can extend that to age 100, 120 with some technology like absolutely. Oh, it gets even better than that. Stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics. We talk about things like nootropics and perhaps ambrosia therapy using the platelets of the young for the benefit of the old. But eventually the bodies are going to break down. After 120, what do? That's where the next type of technology comes in. And I really mean this. I don't think any of you, if you don't want, will die. What do I mean? I mean that there's there, there's a type of technology out there that's known as mind uploading technology. So what is that? That means that DD and Satan and DNN and Eat, of course, Eat, Sleep, Fortnite, and even Sealy, you all will in the future be able to scan your brain, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download. As an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you would be. But basically, what I'm telling you is that you are of an age where digital immortality may be a reality, and that's a very exciting thing. Wait. Absolutely. Shout out to Satan. %. So I give people a portal into my life all over Discord, all over YouTube, all over the different platforms, so that people can see that we're all not different, that we're all human, that we all do human-like things. And essentially, I think that this can be studied at an academic level in the future to see circadian rhythms, my dream patterns, my eating patterns, my behavior patterns. Everything about the human body can be studied in 360 degrees. I'll give you a quick room tour. Over here, we've got a bunch of devices going. This is the one where my friend G just sent me the message. I'm also live in my own Discord here. Up here, I'm live in a Telegram. What's really interesting about this Telegram is I've been live in this Telegram for more than a year, 24/7, and it's a cryptocurrency. So the cryptocurrency sponsors me. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 video. That's why I got all this Sonic stuff. Absolutely. So when I started with it, it was worth less than a penny. A few weeks ago, it was worth like 8 cents. It has a market cap of it's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10, and then the number 10, and the last word is emu. If you're like, why does it have such a long name? It's a meme that Yeah, it's ERT20. You can get it on Uniswap right now. Yeah, dude, it has over a $200 million market cap right now. So it hit an all-time high about 2 weeks ago, and the community is really great, and they've sent me a whole bunch of merchandise, and I promote them as best I can. And do your own due diligence. But here's what I can tell you that makes this point special. It's not because it's a community. It's not because Rabbi's here. It's because it's backed up by data. Literally, you'd be able to watch the whole story of this cryptocurrency going back in time because it's all on video. So you'd be able to see it when it was 1 cent and 2 cents and 3 cents and 4 cents, going up to 10 cents, 20 cents, up to its all-time high, 31 cents. So those are some really exciting things about it. Over here in the corner, I just got another device. I'm going to show you guys some. To be honest with you, it's the perfect time to buy. It just had like an all-time high of 31 cents. Buy the dip and then watch it go. If we hit 100, if we hit if we hit $1, that's $1 billion market cap, and we're having a yacht party in Cancun. Next up, absolutely. Next up, what I'm going to show you, I've got robots that I've programmed. So essentially, like, I'm a very well-known streamer on Kick. I'm pretty much a celebrity on Kick, but I don't stream on Kick. It's the only one that I don't stream. The reason I don't is, like 6 months ago, I decided, you know what? I'm going to make sure everybody on Kick knows who I am. So Aiden Ross knows who I am. Amaranth knows who I am. The owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, I was able to document some issues in their sign-up process. Even he knows who I am. We're friends on Discord. We're friends on Discord. So I have billionaires in my DMs. Over here, I'm going to show you the other. Okay, so this is Aiden Ross's Discord right here. I've been live in here for 6 months. These are some other Discords. Here I've got 3 Chromebooks that are always going 24/7, essentially, to capture everything. And then over here, and then some other Discords, just making friends, connecting with people. But overall, I push the message. I want world peace. I want people to die. It's really important to me that one day we are able to have peace on this planet. Because once we have peace on this planet, we can start space tourism. We can start. Yes, it is. Absolutely. If you look at any extraterrestrial, species, the only way that they are able to. Hey, do you want to talk, or do you want me to talk? Okay, so I'm going to talk, and you're going to be quiet. And then when I'm done, you can talk about whatever you want. Hey, guys, you guys can thank Black Taco, because he's going to talk. I want you all to know. I'll be back. But Black Taco, this is all you, baby.
And what seemed to happen there in the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chad Dodi prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Sfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Sfat now, and he's active in the Beit Din there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Sfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until It was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said we could reinstitute it right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually, well, not in this picture. Sorry, I should have put it to you. The Rav Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak, his student, is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of like made a system out of them that you could actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should reinstitute smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make a few sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world is changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heydays a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardic in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic and Germanic language becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their vernacular. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alters the Jewish world phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete, and that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's state. It's shriben. It's written right here what you have to do and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer, sanctifying the Sabbath, and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machloket, we have a controversy because, we've lost the sense of these sizes, something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zaydi used to have a much bigger cup of stuff. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text? That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote in a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mappa, or the table cloth. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserles, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, and even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism, in some ways, halakhically becomes like much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, that's another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change often. I'll give you another example, Chevra Kadisha. So in America, there's one base, I mean, I've served the privilege, it's a sad privilege, but I've had the sad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas as I've moved around with my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe. And there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Chevra Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against Torah? Oh my gosh, chas v'shalom. All of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically you can get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or manuscript, I should say, with printing, all of a sudden, it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that suddenly becomes circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the Tzfat Circle, this amazingly nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student, Chaim Vital, popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah. And on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result, therefore, is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. And I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting things together. But so for those of you who were here over Shabbos, we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's own son, Avrami, was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best balabatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his, most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the Rav is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but to have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walk out of shul during the drasha, he was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They daven Marav, and then afterwards he goes up and he says, "Listen, Shlomi, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." And Shlomi says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And the rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" And he said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay, I think Avrami said that one better than me. But at any rate, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights. They have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of the Chadodiyah from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of them for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then, and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay. So first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that. Algebra. That's where it comes from. And little factoid from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later. So it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand, showed here, decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later, there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well. Particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Dona Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way. And the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatzak, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of these brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, and in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist. And in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap. And he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatzak that we saw earlier. It was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. Custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who had come to him many times over the course of his life, and as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular use. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that on the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on. And it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist. And the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramak, who is a person who's very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister, Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Safed is it in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way. It does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher. It's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. Good. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the Kogo, the who benefits, what is it? Yeah, that's in Latin, they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kogo, who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can figure out who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can figure out who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can figure out who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can usually figure out what's going on. So if we look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Tzfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Tzfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question? Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right? Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Tzfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, it's lush, it has lands for growth, it has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there. People set up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? There's no water there. It's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place, and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It just boomed for about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry you've been waiting.
Was this area impacted by the Crusades?
Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay. Yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those arrivals by sea would not have affected Tzfat. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yeah. Yes.
During the Inquisition, were people allowed to take out their money or did they
No, but there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Abravano family found ways to, some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then that, once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Tzfat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if can we zoom this back a little bit? Because you can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera, right? Okay, thank you. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered a Kabbalist color. Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Rothschild Alphabets. And way up here, you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah, but they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Suvat, and he had many, many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they are their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point. You'll correct me, Denise? I think so. And Tzvat had already had
This
such tremendous
always in
reputation,
the
and he had come
Fortnite
specifically to
chat.
study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi
What?
Cordovero, and then Rabbi
Why the
Cordovero
fuck
died
not?
2 months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his father. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him and do these. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think of the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's saying like going to concentration camps. Well, I can imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange, but what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around following rivers and climbing over ridges until he would sense through a level of spiritual sensitivity that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way? She said, I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like, 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. Then she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. She says, I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me, all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in a lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. You really shouldn't tell those jokes, they get me in trouble. But, it's Pesach already. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Judas, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyway, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, there's a little sign here that says, you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So it's a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would like literally line the graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living, a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women, that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of, this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English sitter? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Over the earliest Kvarim? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure.
9/11, according to the biblical days, read it backwards and it's Tisha.
11/9? How is 11/9? 11/9. So Av is 11, the 9th of the month of Av. It's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11/9 in the European count is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around them. But the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Lecha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more in a few moments with. What is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. And I find myself many times during the week, when especially Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Lecha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary. And then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not their entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical language, it basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age. And then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath. And another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the Chadodi, the custom is, a universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. And kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence let us welcome. Right, the come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcoming the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And in another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one, for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the cholent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Ma'aseh B'Machashava Techilah, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, wow, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Oh, now there's a shift from that kind of welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic that it is, to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. And we'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age, draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. Be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be saddened, because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath of Bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Peretz, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that, even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Chadodi, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed, and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte, even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these Lechadodis are sung. If you may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlebach, a unique sort of soulful tune. I'll take the microphone over. That's the chorus. Of course, in the Orthodox synagogue, there would be no musical accompaniment during the week. Okay, let me play now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit these all day, but I happen to be in Vegas for the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for any long periods of time. I'm at that stage in my morning, because it's last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, but when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region. And it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long. It was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week. But on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there. And the chazan would sing L'cha Dodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There was like several minyanim of people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat. Most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or, with various other secular activities of mine, no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to L'cha Dodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today, we're going to celebrate the birthday of Jacob de Rodriguez Pereira, a very important individual who was one of the first people to teach deaf mutes how to communicate. A crypto Jew from Portugal, he made a signal achievement and contribution to the lifestyle quality of disabled people everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Jacob Rodriguez Pereira was born in Portugal in 1715. His family were crypto Jews, that is, they were secretly Jewish but practicing as Christians. In fact, he was baptized as a child. Out of fear of the Portuguese Inquisition, the families practiced their Judaism in secret. Sometimes these people are known as Marranos, which is a derogatory term. Crypto Jews is a preferred term. When his father died, when Pereira was 6 years old, his mother took the family to Bordeaux in France,
where they openly resumed living as Jews. It was at this age that he received his Brit Milah, and he became a very dedicated supporter of the Jewish people, something that was very useful for him later on when he had achieved his fame. Primarily, he achieved his fame through his invention of a method of teaching deaf mutes to communicate. He had a sister who was deaf mute, and through using various hand signs, he adapted a manual language for the deaf, which was in many ways a huge innovation over earlier methods that have been developed over the past couple centuries, and he eventually got her to speak, at least to communicate. At this point, his methods were recognized by a wealthy French family who hired him to teach their son how to communicate. And he developed his methods to such a degree that he eventually was named to the Royal Society of London in 1759, after having been recognized by the King Louis XV for his contributions to deaf people, deaf mutes of France. He went on to develop this method significantly, but in fact that was only one of his many talents. He was known as a pioneer of early computing skills, and he in fact invented a machine that was an early 18th century precursor of modern computing devices. And he was very active in the financial world as well, in fact even advising the French government on how to reduce their deficit. He later went on to champion various French causes and ultimately won their acceptance in Bordeaux with the official right to reside in that state. Years later, he was recognized primarily, however, for his work with deaf mutes, and this is a coin that was minted in Portugal in 1981, which was the International Year of the Disabled Person, honoring his achievements on behalf of deaf mutes everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week.
There you go. That helps. That was a big dog. Some lady.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach DeWeiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul." And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul." He says, "Okay, I'm not going to shul." And Mom says, "But Benjamin, what's the matter?" He says, "You know, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul." And she says, "Listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi." Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him. It gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. You know, what exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, "Chutz lamachane," "B'toch hamachane," in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some famous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the Torah. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the truck. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and I hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, stop date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm in trouble. Now, one more good welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Denise Malta. Yeah. No, let's try this. Okay. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is, in fact, what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition on a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and, in fact, permanent manner. The question that, and this was happening, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there. Which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating and an interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there were some There was some movement toward granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation. And as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players, so you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations. And the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend, Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto. And there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they're not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who's nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I just wanted to question that the last one, how the Netherlands, but the Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their biblical experience and various of Noah. I wish I could remember the
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they proved their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says, "Baruch Hashem." Okay, all right. No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll go past it. Okay. Anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of his boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and trying to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Geschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what's Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of Blessed Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term, baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Enden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Enden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. Because that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher Koach, all done. But that's your first statement. I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in dem Grenzen von Größen Vernunft. Religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's why I was saying German, Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian's theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who are like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in a larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me a story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. So as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are structured writing, but it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happen to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what's happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein Od Milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. One of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in more immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life He made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco von Emden. Remember he was his secular teacher, the deep rock Jesuit, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on
there
here?
he is.
As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. The various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent harem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this harem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual harem. I think you get a feel for it. Okay. The lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, But then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions of why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like a Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there is no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room. So I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. You're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because it's not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years earlier in Europe. This is where you have people who, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, and actually, if I can respond to one of the statements about the orthodoxy, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and Mitzvah. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the Kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, and you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their homes, it's probably the case that was on. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into a particular story, but the concept of yeah, yeah. Like my grandmother would always say the jails are full in Israel too. You know, she was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's yeah. Yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go down to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Nadler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Leber's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. Because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the Keren, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabbases, then we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, if you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them as a parent. Yes, I know you want to object to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shachur Naruk. You can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud. One of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion. But sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that the society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into harem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is talking about Descartes. Now, we spoke about him, the first philosophy. So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text for the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I gotta say nobody stands with 6 feet of him because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things we're thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Lisa, no more questions. Now I got to about that later. Okay. But it seems that it's just like it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at his tender age in his 20s, and spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, well, you can have it all. The only thing I want is he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of the value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing. Because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology, and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. And nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bastolvin, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my Steve Schwartz remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? Yeah. Okay, so I'll tell you this joke. I'm going to be able to get right to it here. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I should tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says that he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95, cars going 75 miles an hour, and we saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." So, a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Roger? You guys cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. It'd be very, very hard pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing L'Chadodi Friday nights, which was a song that came out of a circle in Slat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38, and in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, could we sponsor it in the name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymous. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymous so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. We didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous. Okay. Thank you, anonymously. Okay. Let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Someone in, did anyone hear Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah. So someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge. And we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very, very title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf, and Eloki. So I said, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shadow without hesitation, I should say Eloki, just to be Yotziko Deus, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we stay right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in that tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who call HaKadosh, the holy, but never the godly. That gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zichron Lebracha. So sometimes that's all brought together in one word, the Arizal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly the rather famous family from Pavos, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers, and we have magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, you know, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, you know, young Israel before we built the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there was a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was, viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things, like, off a machine and they're all identical, they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful, okay, fine, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized that this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to America as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had some of their trade in. It's interesting that two other areas were usually the Ottomans or Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, where the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that, somebody right, but I have one or two people who are watching California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews have especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman Emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where, Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this would be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was Solomon, named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when the young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, and in fact, with his life in general. But Isaac was called a Katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother, Mordecai, was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, he prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. but he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
You know, I know that you really love supporting in France, but at that time, when you look at people that were interested in Jews, were they Ashkenazi?
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France to the coast, in this area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they really diverge significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Bali Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that is quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside of the Ben Ezra, thank you, Rodriguez. He's got this time he knows it automatic, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that it gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, in tremendous scope. And through pouring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzhak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents and bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know that he was involved in selling leather. He had some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment. Well, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts. He made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing with various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, and Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, this is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah's Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this mystical, this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was the subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzhak Luria himself, but Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, started studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Rabbi David ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah's Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Batei Din and courts of law and things like that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. We also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agree to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzas, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mikubetzas when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well-accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in the Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again? Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, wait, I better get ready. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's great. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, okay, let's give it a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside privately and say, listen, you know, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would like promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're a great person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Piaseczny Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. You know, I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that, you know, you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so that they'll have people who walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. But I mean, you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, you know, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is, you know, charismatic, or characteristics, excuse me, of Gloria. But let's go on to the Torah Nigla. So, the last thing he did. Now, the Rabbi, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you'll recall, and his father-in-law now, a wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, you know, holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which was called Jazirat al-Rawda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together. He's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, you know, while he's studying the Torah Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Sfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Sfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Sfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh in one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, was the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. Someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Rabbi, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time in Sfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak is, now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher, because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Sfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tana Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of a focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. And you can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what it's all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very new agey. I mean, it's perfect for new age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok Israel. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each section, there's always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old, don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the band? He says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Vermonim, The Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just stopped the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happened, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Spot to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 sefirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding. Meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these sefirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more to say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram, I put where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keser, Bina, Chokmah, through all of these sefirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It will burn out the resonance. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to see it. That's essentially what the sefirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the sefirot do. They're associated with the human body, they're associated with the human soul, they can be manipulated, they are interrelated, but that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We'll be forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Dvorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 sefirot, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God in the Tapti Odei, the Halakha, the Derachah, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those sefirot. We should imitate each one of those Chokmah, Bina, Dad, those various Sfirot, well, not that in his Quarter in Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when we are supposed to against Gevura, power. Like let's say, for example, we're attacked. Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself. So it means it has to energize the sphere of Gevura. By acting appropriately with Gevura, we then, as it were, excite the sphere of Gevura, and God sends more of that power down into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these spherot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says it's a terrible thing to do because if you're using Gevura inappropriately, Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevura, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong spirit at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which is a chapter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book line. But let's go on. This is kind of a cool cover, right? Just like a baby portrait. Okay. So the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who's not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, is Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he reports in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu Divrei Elokim, these and these are the words of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Maggid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Maggid told him to write down. So they're definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lachado ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath plane, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of spots, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of, rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism. That's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to tell you in this idea. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this, in particular Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramah, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramah, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic discipline leader like the Ramah. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom are disagreeing with each other, and we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10 Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramah and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramah, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced and kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe. He, as it were, looked into the Torah as his blueprint, and he created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez will be at the top of the list there, but this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Orionic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, I don't know, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. You know, that's why they put the spoon in the
How are you? That's cool.
tea glass. We always put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur in Lurianic thought means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Kodever and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the spark deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence, and even sleeping existence, is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily
What up,
sequence.
Gat? How you
The way
living,
do
man?
this is
What's good? The world peace. What do you do? That's what I like to hear, my man. How'd you find out about me? Oh, I'm in a bunch of them. Oh, yeah, shout out to Dance Club. That's true. Something like that. Yeah, like 3,300 devices. Well, first they have to be sick as fuck. After that, they just have to buy them on Amazon. And I just upgrade. Yeah, that's Professor Henry. So how are things going? So, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Have you? Yeah. Yep. I have accounts with all of those right now. Like at this very moment, I'm live on just a moment. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself first? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my 24/7, 365 for world peace because I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people dying. Some of the things that we discussed on this stream are ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. We talk about hydroponics, cloud seeding, as well as vertical farming. I talk about some other things that I'm going to discuss, like anti-gravity, antimatter, mineral disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. Yeah, when you were born, probably we're going to have a average life expectancy of being like 80, but I want to get that higher. I like you. I like the cut of your jive, and I think that we get that to 100, 120 using technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and cold shock therapies. Additionally, we may be able to help you using ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. But that's only going to get you to be 120 years old. Yeah, I want you to live as long as you want. So that's when a new kind of technology takes over that I think you're going to be for which you're going to be eligible. And that's known as mind avoidance technology, where we scan that brain of yours, Dad, so we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. That information is scanned like an MRI. Hey, that's just how shit happens. Oh, there you are. We scanned your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being. There you are. A robot, an ethereal being. But basically, what I'm telling you, Dad, is I think that you have an opportunity to have perhaps digital immortality, which is a really exciting opportunity. Welcome, Self. Pleasure to see you. Excellent. We just have a new friend here, Gat. We're telling you all about what we do. If you didn't know, Gat, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and Rabbi is making it true today. I have more content than any person ever. I have been live streaming my life 24/7, 365, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, diamonds, and everything. And I have more data online than ever. So perhaps one day that may make me a very influential individual. I'm going to be able to help everyone who's helped me along the way, including Soap and Casper and Steve, and you as well, Gat. I want you to know that I'm going to help you with anything that you ever need. And you should also know that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency called Harry Potter Bonus Act. When I started with it, it was worth less than a penny. Recently, it was like 8 cents. Last week, we had an all-time high of 31 cents, and we got a market cap of nearly $300 million, which is pretty good. And we're just looking to improve on that. And basically, when this is all said and done, I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true, and not just for you, for your family and your friends. And what I do is give people a portal into my life. You can essentially watch me whenever you want, check me out, connect with me, or just observe. It's up to you. So with that being said, that's a little bit about me. And then when it comes to what I'm streaming on, you were asking like, what is the Snapchat and all this other stuff. So I'm currently live on quite a few different platforms, including YouTube. I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams right now. So if you want to see them all, you can go to, at the very top of this Discord server, it says Shalom, welcome, rule. announcements. If you go to announcements, you can see my streams. Just click on them. Or if you go to 24/7 YouTube streams, there's a one link. You click it, and then you can see all my streams whenever you want. Additionally, in addition to being live on 8 different YouTubes, I'm live on 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Twitter, TikTok, 8 different African TVs that you would think would be big in Africa, but it's actually big in South Korea. I'm a regular poster to Imager and Reddit. I'm live in like 19 different Discords right now, including the Discord, which is probably how you said you found me. I'm live in Billy, which is like China's Google. I'm live on Vine Live. I'm live on Telegram. I've been live on the Telegram for this cryptocurrency for more than a year, and live on the internet for more than 3 years. I'm live on a bunch of others, including Loco TV, Nemo TV, Nono Live. I have a podcast on Spotify. I'm live on D Live. I'm live on Meehow. I'm live on Breakers TV. I'm live on Trovo. I'm live on Book. I'm live on Odyssey. I'm live on FC2, and I'm live on Arena TV. I want to be uncancelable. That's how it works. So, how you doing? Oh, I'm lovely. I did a rap concert last night. Not only does Rabbi sing love songs, but I also rap. What's new in your neck of the woods? It's covered. That's amazing. Like, amazing. Does it have like tubes and things that you go through? Like a place? Very small. Oh, that's amazing. Did they have a ball? Excellent. Did you have a ball? Excellent. So are you the cool ant? Amazing. All right. So while your niece and nephew are playing with other toys, what is cool ant doing? Oh, okay. So that's the perfect age to go to one of those indoor playgrounds, and also, yeah, the perfect age to act crazy, and you're just outside of that innocent world where now you're getting into learning more about the world and making friends. And did they make friends? Well, okay, but that's an advantage too. You are doing a good job of acclimating them to more social environments. So you don't have to make a museum, but is it like a general museum, history museum? And what did they learn at the Kids Science Museum? And is it very hands-on to get to very quick? Those are the best. That's really cool. So you've got your full hand, 7 and 8, and you just connect to like on the sports. Oh, okay, very well. And do you play a sport? That's a sport. That's a serious sport. Yep. All right. So you took it to a museum recently, and the indoor kid play place. Do you have any other? I mean, that's a lot, honestly. But do you have any other things upcoming for them? Great birthday week you provided them on that. Oh, all right. So are they turning 7 and 8, or they're turning 8? Are they just? Are they so that's still a perfect age. Still, they're nice kids. They're not into anything dramatic. And it's about having a good time. Now, you said that they're farm kids. Do they have an opportunity to, like, what are they into? They play Lego, that kind of stuff. Are they into video games? What games? Do you know what games? Oh, okay. I don't know if I've What do you like talking about? Okay, so you like the cool stuff that was once in life that is now in dead. Oh, okay, I get that. Do you like scary games like jump scares? Okay, very cool. Do you like jump scares? Even the scary movie? Any favorites that you have? Is sure. Halloween, Jason, Friday the 13th. Do you like the song? Well, there are a lot. So, yeah, she kind of the second life. I like both. Just like, and it's good. It's good. Welcome back, Gab. Gab, I should say. So, absolutely. So, tell us about you, Gab. What's he doing here in the world? Very cool. You just live stream your life basically and make friends on this one. Yeah. This is well, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm in dance. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know if you recognize, but I'm in dad's court all the time. Okay? And I figure they do that. And I make myself available for them to see a portal into my life. If they'd like to talk to me or chat with me or DM me, I'm always open to that. And I find it to be a very beneficial way to meet new friends. I think that's how we met. And you see we are a very nice person and we're happy to have you a part of the community. Absolutely. So if I may ask how long, pardon me, personally? Oh, of course. There you go. Excellent. Yeah, I'm basically getting to be one of those kind of influencer levels. I'm not quite Mr. Beast yet, but I can tell you this: I have 100 times more data on YouTube than Mr. Beast does. So when people find out about this, it's going to be much bigger than anything Mr. Beast does. And I'm going to do everything that he does when it comes to helping the world, except 100 times more. When it comes to content, I'm more content than anybody. I can tell you, Aiden Ross knows who I am. He's been in my stream. I'm currently in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer of all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer of all time in ISO Speed's Discord. So there are a lot of different influencers with whom I've been able to develop at least some type of relationship when they're, they allow me to stream in the Discord or we DM or something like that. Do I know Rabbi? Am I a real rabbi? Absolutely. Yeah, rabbi means teacher. Well, it's a process known as smicha. Before the pandemic, I was very diligently attending synagogue every day, multiple times a day. And I was so determined I didn't miss for many years. Thankfully, I had the opportunity. And eventually, my rabbi, after I had attended classes for several years in both Torah and Talmud Gemara class. Eventually, I started studying under other rabbis, and then during the pandemic, I was able to make an acquaintance with a friend, a biblical colleague, and eventually made the form of Sika, which is laying on hands. And then from there, it was still the pandemic, and we weren't returning to synagogue in our normal way. And I felt that I could probably do the world a lot more benefit by sharing my life with them and show them essentially what an Orthodox life can be, and that it doesn't have to be so close to everyone. And also, I certainly am open to many different topics and answer questions on many different I do my best to be as religious as possible while still streaming my life, uh, which isn't easy. It is something though that I very much enjoy. And when this goes viral, I would really like to have my own surround someday and have a really great community. So that's the plan essentially. And once I go viral, though, we're going to do a lot more than just focus on that. We are going to help the world. Are they YouTubers? Yeah, I would say that there are quite a few of us who basically stream full time, do everything that we can to kind of one up each other, but absolutely no one you're going to find streams their entire life 24/7, has for years on multiple different accounts. So I'm basically I do my best to be uncancelable. I have redundant streams. If my internet ever goes down, I've got backups of the backups of the backups, and when this essentially explodes, the catalyst will most likely be, I would say, Discord. I'm getting a lot of traction on Discord. People are just curious of what I'm doing. They come in, we make friends. I've got a really nice community in here. Last night, I did some rapping. So I rapped old school hip hop. Previous nights, I was singing 90s rock and love songs. And so I do my best to keep things entertaining. And when I'm not doing all of that, we watch history lectures. So we don't just watch history lectures. We watch stand-up comedy. Are you into sports, Gab? Are you into sports? Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, so we watch UFCs in here. We watch the MMAs in here. Whenever there's a UFC, I live stream it. And I also live stream the NFL. Are you in the NFL at all? Excellent. So we're into all of those. We've watched now 3 different Olympics on this stream. We've seen 2 World Cups, well, men's and women's. We have watched the NBA Finals, the World Series. We've watched multiple Super Bowls on this, as well as really some minor, like more minor sports, like the Little League World Series, and like even sports like slam ball. I'm really into athletics, and I got to say as well, the cryptocurrency that I'm in, we have a fantasy football team, so that takes up a lot of time as well. If you're into fantasy football, you know how all that works. It's really exciting. So I do my best to be as well-rounded of an individual as possible, always learning, and I can't say that I am necessarily a master of anything, but I do know a lot about many different subjects. Welcome, Venom. Venom is a man. Venom was here last night. How you living, Ben? Did you get some sleep? Did you get some sleep? Excellent. I know you did, Ben. Ben, I told Ben, Ben came in last night and was like, hey, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. I was like, hey, you know what? I got these history lectures that'll put you to sleep just like that. If you really want to know what my passion, one of my major passions is, what my major passion in life is world peace. I don't want war anymore. But aside from that, I really like the subject of ufology. Well, I don't know if there's a, well, I know there's a formal ufologist designation. I do my best to be as well-rounded and well-informed on the topic of aliens, alien disclosure, extraterrestrial biological entities, UFOs, UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Basically, if it is something that has anything to do with the topic, I do my best to be as well versed on it as possible. Yeah, do you know too much about aliens or anything like that? Aliens? Excellent. Yes. and your friend who is really either Anunnaki or Nephilim from the angels, all that. Bring them in here whenever they have time. Because that's all very interesting. And I'm someone who is really an advocate for early disclosure. I feel like perhaps we've had slow disclosure since Roswell in 1947. Hey, you know a lot about aliens? Is that correct? Hi. Well, I want you to know that I think you're a brave person to have an interest in aliens, and I think that that's just a wonderful thing to have an interest. Take care. That's okay. Yes. That's okay. Okay, well, I don't think that having an interest in aliens makes anybody, but perhaps they may have other issues, but I actually think having an interest in aliens makes you a well-rounded individual. It shows that you're an outside the box thinker. Yeah. Hold on. I don't believe in that, but I understand a lot of people do. But go ahead. Yes. Right. That's certainly true. But we do have people who do have contact with them and numbers of ducklings. Definitely. And if I may, and if I did, you had mentioned some Jesus of Nazareth, and if you know that alien abductions could take place, there could be an explanation in Jesus of Nazareth's immaculate conception, where imagine Mary was artificially inseminated by an alien. That could happen. I'm not saying it does. It happens today, but she just couldn't explain it. And no one could explain it at the time. If we know that these alien abductions happen, that hybrid people are created, I don't necessarily discount anything. So I just wanted you to know that while I don't necessarily personally feel that anyone has died for my sins, I do think that there is perhaps some validity or some very interesting things to that story. I just didn't want to downplay it in a negative fashion. And you never know if alien abductions do take place. Allegedly, they've been taking place for tens of thousands, if not millions of years. If you're familiar with, I use ChatGPT all the time, and I just like to make sure all my facts are straight. So, just one moment, I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. And I could tell you all the dates of this, but I want to make sure that I got everything right. So, just one moment. Can you please give me a timeline from the Roswell crash in 1947 regarding an alleged alien human diplomatic relations that took place perhaps twice in the 1950s at least with President Eisenhower at Edwards Air Force Base and also Holloman Air Force Base and any other events that may have happened up through, say, 1970? All right, the timeline they're referring to involves a blend of well-known events, particularly those linked to UFOs and alleged extraterrestrial encounters. While much of this information remains speculative, here's a summary of the key key events and claims regarding alleged alien-human diplomatic interactions, especially in the 1950s and 60s, focusing on popular accounts involving President Dwight D. Eisenhower, UFOs, and government secrecy. 1947 Roswell incident. July 1947, a mysterious object crashes near Roswell, New Mexico, sparking rumors of a UFO crash and extraterrestrial life. The U.S. military initially reports the recovery of a flying disc, but quickly retracts the statement, describing it as a weather balloon. This event later becomes a focal point of ufology, with many claiming that the military recovered alien bodies and technology from the crash. 1950s rising UFO encounters and claims. In the 1950s, UFO sightings surged across the U.S., leading to growing public interest in extraterrestrial life. The U.S. government reported begins its own investigation in the phenomenon. 1952, the Washington D.C. UFO sightings. This one's so interesting. If you've ever heard the argument, if aliens were real, they would land on the White House lawn. Well, in the 1950s, they came very close. In July of 1952, a series of UFOs are reported over Washington, D.C., including multiple radar confirmations. The sightings are described as unidentified flying objects that appear near the White House, but no concrete explanations are provided, increasing public speculation about where they happened. So I'd always heard they would land on the White House lawn. Well, they came really close in the 1950s. 1954, this one's really big. There's an alleged Eisenhower ET meeting at Edwards Air Force Base. February of 1954 or early 1955, the popular but unverified claim suggests that President Dwight D. Eisenhower met with extraterrestrials at Edwards Air Force Base in California. According to some theories, the meeting was a diplomatic exchange in which Eisenhower and representatives of an alien race known as the Earth discussed mutual cooperation, technology sharing, and Earth's future. The story claims that this meeting occurred after Eisenhower's sudden disappearance for several hours, which some say was to meet with aliens. The details of this event are highly speculative, and there's no official confirmation, though some theorists believe that it was a pivotal moment in the secret government dealings with extraterrestrials. 1955, the alleged Harvard Air Force Base encounter. 1955 or 56, another version of the story involves an alleged second meeting between Eisenhower and extraterrestrials at Harvard Air Force Base in New Mexico. According to the narrative, the UFO reportedly landed at the base, where human and alien representatives met. Some reports suggest that the encounter involved birds, and aliens supposedly communicated a message about peaceful cooperation, warning humanity that the danger of nuclear weapons and environmental destruction. The 1950s and 1960s, the rising UFO disclosure claim. During the 1950s and 1960s, numerous individuals, including former military personnel, began to speak out about UFOs and extraterrestrial encounters. The Maury Island incident and Kenneth Arnold's UFO sighting helped catalyze UFO reports. 1960s, continued UFO reports. 1961, this was a fascinating one. Familiar with the Betty and Garden Hill abduction. 1961, one of the most famous abduction cases occurred when Betty and Barney Hill, a couple from New Hampshire, claimed they were abducted by aliens while driving. Their case became a prominent example of alleged extraterrestrial encounters, and their story would help fuel UFO and abduction narratives beyond the 1960s. And what's really fascinating about that case, number one, they were a very early interracial couple, which maybe might have found some interest in. Basically, it was illegal to have an interracial couple. And so the New Hampshire was not able to experience what was perhaps one of the first well-documented alien abductions. And some things that laid even more credence to this are the fact that Betty was able to draw a star map of where these aliens came from. My what? Yeah, I slept a lot yesterday. But essentially, yeah. Cool. Yeah. which is excellent university. Great question. I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and after work, I was working as a certified project management professional, which is what my trade is. And after work, after working for a huge multinational corporation, I would go to Tiger Woods golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So after taking quite a few videos of myself, I realized that some of the things that I was saying when I hit the ball, if they went to the right or the left or whatever, they were funny. And I thought, you know what, maybe my family in the future might want to see them. So I ended up taking that footage and uploading it to YouTube, and I recognized, or not YouTube, but Google Drive, and I recognized it was just taking me too long. That every night after work, I would go to the golf course and I have to upload all of this once I was done. Then you know what? It might be in my best interest to just start live streaming. Then I don't have to worry about the uploading issue. And from there, I was able to live stream my life 24/7 by, at the time, about 6 different Chromebooks and like a couple laptops, and I put them all around me, and so you can see me 360 degrees. And I haven't looked back. No, that was 3.5 years ago. So that's a little about me. Other things that I do, I can talk about world peace and ending world hunger, and all the other things. What else do I really like? I like aviation. I like advanced propulsion. I like cutting edge science. I like the fringes of what is known in society, and I love esotericism. So I love things that are hidden. They've been married for really 50 years. No. I've only had this server for like 3 months. I think I started the server in July of 2024, but I've been live streaming since summer of 2021. However, I do have footage of myself from 2020 as well, including like on election day and some other things. So I do have a lot of footage. And essentially, people will be able to study this footage in the future at an academic level. They'll be able to see a human circadian rhythm, how I eat, how I sleep. I have when I go to the bathroom. I have when I showered. I have quite a lot of footage, how I walk, how I talk, the interactions that I have, the behavior that I have. And really the exciting thing is in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality and remove different layers of my skin so that you can see my skeletal frame or my muscular frame. And eventually you'll be able to see into my brain and see what I'm thinking and what makes me tick. I think it's an excellent leader in terms of space exploration, in terms of the electric car, in terms of Neuralink, if you know brain-computer interfaces. And I wish more CEOs were like he is, because I feel that he does a great job ensuring that the general public gets to take advantage of some of this very futuristic technology. I mean, I could name others. Starlink, I think, is something that is incredibly important to society, especially in emergency situations or in remote areas. And he's basically able to provide internet to anyone, anywhere. These are all gifts that he's given to them. If you want to hear me say anything bad about it, I can tell you bad stuff about him too. I think he wants people to think that he's a self-made man, and I don't really think that that's true. If you know anything about his family, his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and I'm someone who does not like people taking advantage of other people, and so when it comes to mining or perhaps the use of some of the types of labor that people have. I'm going to stop that. I think robots can really take that over, and I'm going to implement a universal basic income for the world. Essentially, I feel as if we are going to get to a point perhaps in the next decade or so where humans are going to be replaced by robots, and humans will need a way to be able to provide for themselves. And a universal basic income is the way. Now, I have not by choice, and I had plans to right before the war, and since then I have not felt that it was in my best interest from a safety standpoint. As soon as this goes viral, though, I do have some plans to travel to other places, but eventually I would like to what's called make Aliyah or move to Israel permanently, and so that's in plan. It's expensive to do, and I'm someone who wants to ensure that I have the necessary finances to be able to be successful in doing it. So it's just a matter of time, and I imagine within the next decade, Israel will be my home. Yep. Excellent. So when it comes to looking great at 43, glad that you're here. So when it comes to what else do I do? Sing karaoke, I love stand-up. But basically, I allow the world into my world and allow people to see what I can. In about 37 minutes, I've got to do some prayers. So I've got my phone in here, I've got this around me. So I do my best to ensure that I maintain a religious lifestyle while still sharing my life with the world. I also create robots, so I'm very into robots, and I'll show you some of the robots that I have just for a moment that I created. They're really, I use macros, I believe, but what these robots do. Have you ever heard of Kick? Okay, excellent. So you ask anybody on Kick, they know exactly who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've been inundated with these people, these poor people, for like 6 months. So they all know who I am. Just for a moment, you can see what it is. So I created a robot that what it will do is it will follow a user, it will spam the user, it will create a clip of the user, and it will spam them. So just for a moment, it's all automated. So like as I was talking to you, this was all working. So I didn't have to do it. So what's it doing? It created an account, and now it's like on someone here, Michelle. She's playing some kind of something. Hit follow. It's going to press the follow button like it just did, and then it's going to create a clip. So what is creating a clip? It just takes like a 30-second clip of whatever the person is streaming. But I put my Discord into it, so it just says Rabbi Rothschild Discord. It's got the Discord link. Then it'll publish it, and then like she had the chance to ban me from the chat. That's fine. I have over 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 accounts. So I have far more accounts than any person in global history. And if anybody bans me or blocks me or whatever, that's fine. This bot is very smart, and after if the account gets banned, it'll just create a new one. They don't even have to do anything. So what you're going to see it do is press this follow button, and it recognizes it. So that follow button could be anyone, and it will recognize it. I've done some recent interviews with some streamers. Sam Bond was one. Ori was another one, and you can hear them. They say to me, Rabbi, you're a celebrity on this platform. You're the most famous person on the platform. You don't even stream on the platform, and that's true. I sacrificed one platform for the benefit of all my other platforms. So basically, I made sure that everybody knew about me on one platform so that they would know about me on all the platforms. So over here, here's another account that's just spamming this person who's watching some. They're watching indoor soccer. What's really interesting about this is that I am someone who didn't know that this would happen, but I was able to document some major had an incitement process, and I was able to document that for the owner of Cape, Eddie Craven, and he, in me doing that, he was able to put a team on the issue and he doing his best to get it fixed. I mean, he's a millionaire. He's in my DMs. So it's just a matter of time until something happens, something will be a catalyst, and I'll blow up. And then I'm going to make sure that all your dreams are back. We're going to take care of you, your family, and all your friends. It's a lot, isn't it? I understand. The important thing is you should know that you're a friend in need. And also that I think it may change your life that the technology you may be able to utilize in the future may mean that you may never die. That's really exciting. Oh, some of the other cool things that you talk about that I'd love to talk about, de-extinction. So in the late 1990s, there was an animal known as the Pyrenean ibex, which was located in the Pyrenees Mountains in northern Spain, southern France. It went extinct around the turn of the millennium. Scientists were able to take its DNA and impregnate a multiple female, other types of ibexes, not quite the Pyrenean ibex, and they were able to bring, using the DNA of the Pyrenean ibex, they were able to bring one of the babies to term in 7 minutes. Like 7 minutes of viability. Normally that wouldn't be seen as a big deal, but in terms of science, it was a huge breakthrough. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is founded out of Dallas, Texas, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028. So within the next 3.5 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. Do you know what the woolly mammoth is? Yeah. Exactly. 100% right. So the woolly mammoth went extinct approximately 10,000 years ago, and scientists are doing their best to impregnate African elephants with woolly mammoth DNA and bring essentially calves, woolly mammoth calves or hybrid woolly mammoth calves into the Arctic Circle. And after they reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird. So think about it. Like within the next decade or so, you may be able to go see a woolly mammoth. Like that's incredibly exciting. And perhaps the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird as well. Some of the other things that we talk about on this stream that fascinate me, I just keep a list of them all. So just like some of the tech that I like, about which I like to talk, is stuff like, just a moment, just here. I got like this really long list. I did an interview recently, and I wanted to make sure that I had it all up. So here we go. An acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and processes called anti-evolutionary drug, a theoretical drug designed to inhibit evolutionary processes and pathogens, potentially useful in controlling diseases. An anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing or treating prion diseases, which are caused by misfolded proteins. Artificial gametes, laboratory-created reproductive cells that can mimic natural gametes, enabling advanced reproductive techniques. This one's so cool. Artificial kill, like in Waterworld. A device, well, a little different from Waterworld. A device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. Artificial supermitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance the cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities. We talked about de-extinction. A Dyson tree is a theoretical bioengineered tree designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Perhaps, now this is an interesting one. Female sperm. What is that? Engineered sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same-sex couples to have biological children. A flying syringe and automated drone capable of delivering vaccines or medications directly to individuals in remote locations. Hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. HIV vaccine, a vaccine designed to prevent immunity against HIV, preventing the infection and its associated diseases. This one's really interesting. A human zoo. And if you're thinking, wow, that sounds futuristic, it's already been taken up, it's already experimented with by the Russians in the 1920s and the Chinese at least as recently as the 1960s. But this is a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. As you know, some of the other things we talked about, life extension. We talked about male eggs. So we talked about female sperm. We also talked about male eggs. And male eggs are a concept where male cells are eventually produce eggs, allowing new reproduction possibilities. Other things that we talked about are nanochondrion, a nanoscale device mimicking mitochondrial functions, potentially increasing cellular energy processes. I could go through this for hours, but just, in addition to all of that, there's some mega structures I want to see built in the world within the next century. The two big ones that I want to see, really not that big, but one of them, but I want to see a very straight tunnel. This would be a tunnel connecting Asia to North America so that you could drive a car from Los Angeles to London, or Los Angeles to Cape Town, New York to Shanghai, or New York to Cairo. Imagine just being able to drive that. And then additionally, I want to, and that's only a 51-mile gap that we need to build a tunnel. And if you think, well, that's a long, you're already making some tunnels, especially at beaches in Asia, of 5-10 miles. So the idea of a tunnel of 51 miles is not out of the realm of possibility. And if you may say, well, that's right around the Ring of Fire where there's all kinds of earthquakes and such. If you don't know, the lower you go in the earth, the less effect that earthquakes have. So from a seismic standpoint, building a tunnel would be much better than perhaps building a bridge or even a covered bridge. And the other thing that I'd like to see that I think would really help the world is the building a completion of a road in the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap is located in southern Panama, northern Colombia, and it's like 70 miles or so of just really, really dense swamp and such. And if we were able to complete the road through there, which isn't that entirely difficult to do, you would be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires, and so if we complete the Darien Gap and the very straight tunnel, you'd be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires to London, Buenos Aires to Cape Town, Buenos Aires to Pretoria, Rio de Janeiro to in the world. So these are some mega structures that I'd like to see built, and I am someone who I feel can be a voice of leadership on this project and make people recognize that instead of the previous way that we thought for so many years that you're going to live to be 80 years old, so make hay while the sun shines, if you're going to be extending your life perhaps to 100, 200, 500, 1,000 years, that's really exciting, and we should do everything that we can to perhaps prolong your life and also complete some of these projects while you are still above ground. So those are some of the things. What do you think of that, Gab? You're one person by just being here. And what do I mean? The more people I have in here on a regular basis, the more people learn about this. I want you to know I don't want any money from you. Please, people offer me money and I don't want it. I'm going to be the one giving you money, hopefully very soon. And you'll be able to not only be able to pay off all your bills and your parents' bills or your family's bills, but you're going to be able to then as well start your own charities. I want you to be a philanthropist. So if I may ask, let's just say I was a billionaire and I was able to give you $1 billion. What kind of charity would you start? You may have a children's hospital named after you, or it could be anonymously donated, or whatever you want. But the funding will do everything possible to be able to eradicate childhood cancer. And they're like, Rabbi, I think that there are already organizations who do this. We can give it to them, and whatever you want, whatever you want. We're going to help a lot of people. This is essentially going to be perhaps a Robin Hood like kind of story. We aren't necessarily going to rob from anyone, but I do see a lot of potential for data and cryptocurrency and some of the other things that we discussed. And we're going to be able to make a lot of money on this. And when we do, we're going to help a lot of people. Absolutely. Absolutely. You should know that it's a lot to take in. You're doing a great job. Sometimes people are overwhelmed by it, but you're a smart person. You know the things that I'm discussing are potentially a lot of the subjects of futurology, the study of the future, and perhaps over the course of the next century, these are certainly opportunities for the world. And I am someone who is of the belief that in order to be able to do space tourism and terraform other planets and interstellar travel, we need peace here at home. We're not going to be able to do any of that if we don't have peace at home. And thus, excellent. And so, my 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 motto, my mission, my credo is I don't want war anymore. I don't think it's right for anybody to put their hands on me. Like I don't think it's right for anyone for me to put my hands on you without consent. And if we live by that, we'll be able to come to peaceful terms. And I get people who hate on me all the time. We're never going to be able to have world peace. Well, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, or even just science fictions, civilizations, they always have to take care of things at home on their home planet before they can start exploring other planets. And they can't be in a civil war at home and put all kinds of effort into a space program because eventually someone will essentially undercut that. We've learned the same when it comes to colonization. It's very difficult for a country to go exploring and colonize and do all other things when they have a civil war at home. They have to keep peace in place. That's very important to me. And thus, I don't want anyone to die. When people ask me, what are your feelings on X, Y, Z? Whatever it is, I don't want anyone to die. Wherever it is, I want world peace. And I think we can work through that. And when people say, okay, Rabbi, if we put you in charge, what would you do to bring world peace anywhere in the world? Immediately, any hostages need to be released. All the arms need to be laid down. We have to sit at a table, eye to eye, with both sides. And I would like to live stream so we can see if someone's not being fair, or we can see what the discussions are. I don't understand why this isn't the method. I do understand because war is a racket. People make money out of it. I get it. I want people to understand this. If you realize that you actually can have your cake and eat it too when you are a defense contractor, you should be in favor of what peace is called. If you took all the money that you put into drones for killing people and put them into drones and helping people, your drones are still gonna be purchased. So if you can make, robots that are peacekeeping robots, or robots that can be a chef or a lawyer or a doctor or a driver, whatever it is, you're gonna make money. So I want to make these defense contractors aware. You're still gonna make your money. Just do it in a more peaceful fashion. So that's what we do. It's okay. The easiest, the easiest way here, easiest way is if you go into whatever and you want to tell someone to join it. You just have to tell them, go to discord.me/rabbi. Then you don't have to send a link or anything. You can just say it to them. And they just have to type discord.me/rabbi, and it'll give you the link to come here. And that way you won't get in trouble with any moderators for posting a link that's not allowed. But you should know that essentially this is going to be a really big deal. And I think you see that when this goes viral, and it will. It's just a matter of time. You're like, I'm 3.5 years into this. I can tell. I did most of this for years, but no one in here. I didn't have a Discord. I didn't have a community. I'm meeting people. I'm very well known on multiple platforms, and it's just there's gonna be a catalyst. Somebody's gonna see what I do, and they're gonna retweet it, or they're gonna tell a friend, and that friend's gonna see what I do and think this is really interesting, and it's gonna explode. And then what's going to happen? The whole world essentially is going to have a place to go where they always know where something's going on, that we're doing something cool, we're watching something cool, we're talking about something cool. And then on top of all of that, I'm a lover of art. A lover of love, but I'm also a lover of art. And so on this, I have watched every major motion picture, every Oscar winner, going back to like 1927. We've listened to every major audiobook, every major religious book, every major, uh, just one moment, every major album, music album, in addition to every major television show. So like everything from Sex and the City to The Sopranos to Cheers to Seinfeld to The Office. To Stranger